To the floor. Perchance to space. Slowly turning the lights back on. In astounding new ways. Nothing issue, there is no separators there. You're at Quality Hut. Where, okay, in beginning to talk about upcoming plans for how to adjust things, just realized a layer of complexity that I can remove. A problem I already solved for myself at a different machine. I just use filtered spaces on wagons. Then individual trains can enforce what level of quality of good they want to pick up. Then the station can just have appropriately proportioned stockpiles of everything just in a pile, waiting to go. A pile of stock. S. Where to review. In the spirit of Quality Hut. Kind of flipping the script on a lot of the ways I usually go about building. Allowing the spirit of the cube well in this place. Bringing with it principles of density, complexity. Heavily modularize the machine. Working a lot more with railway than has been my usual in the past. Gain an appreciation. Track. So, beginnings of demonstrations of principle here. Let me also just kind of... Okay. Parking brake on the... Oh, no. I already had the parking brake on this train because I'm planning to modify you. You get back here. So. Take your iron. Annually unload it. Take a single gear. This also for red science purposes simplifies the cargo plan because red science is exactly 1 and 1 of its real ingredients, its direct ingredients. Only the gear spinning ratio that throws that off. So yes, for the purposes of the module, whose one job is to make red science beakers, an input train that contains and turning iron into gears anyway is a density gain. 2 plate become 1 gear and they have the same stack size. So this is all upside. But to complete the mumblin here, as much as the mumblin ever is complete, there's always more to ramble about. Continuous flow. So there's just going to be a wagon that brings the relevant good. Could also in turn have unloading arms looking for the quality level of the inputs that would then pass them down an alternate line to send them to appropriately upscale machines calibrated for it. Yes. Yeah, for a production module, have nearest available ratio that divides 40 tiles. Just in one wagon, whose job is to then go out and get the groceries. So send you to it, although you will then be stuck waiting in line behind that 1 gear train that doesn't do anything yet. Yeah, that will resolve a lot of things that will let me more elegantly splice the network together. That's quite a bit of biting. Those managed to clip through the wall. Okay. Interruption of usual priorities. War were declared. A bug did adrift. Have to go upgrade that wall. So, get to try out rocket tank. Pretty brisk. Let's be careful. Tank is a permanent source of danger. It wasn't this wall, was it? Where even was that breach? Out this way? There. Yeah, there's a reasonable lifespan on the individual tubes of rocket fuel. And yeah, so that was a Colony mission. Showed up to place this exactly one pod. Bear down that way. Repair and upgrade. Clearly need some weapons on this corner of this fort. Did not bring gun turrets, those are just in a cube somewhere. Always another gap to stop. Alright, I'll have to come back with emplacements to emplace. That round trip cost most of one rocket fuel too. It's alright. So the condensed oil is your endurance fuel. The rocket juice is your performance fuel. If I were to put legs on the tank, that doesn't increase fuel consumption. More speed for the same fuel. That's effectively spending less fuel. Okay, bots have bullets. Well, bullet dispensers. Uncommon beams. No. Alright, uncommon bullet will do. Yeah, I could just jog these out. I think that'll do, because they were like kind of all over this space, so if something engaged them from over here, that should drag their attention down. Probably. I can stuff the rest of this wall into stretch here. A little. Now, back to the production floor to kind of try to polymerize more of the revelations that have bubbled up out of the substrate. This point of the new generation of devices, I just have installed gear, red sci, and I put wire winder somewhere. Just up over here, right? Yes, the wire winder is taking over the old war factory. Extruder. Gears go toward the centrifuge. Just toss those to you, but toss them back. Secondary goal of material getting stockpiled, of preparing to spin the atoms. Really give them a top-of-the-line experience rotating. Alarmingly smooth spin. Okay, rocket silo, you take all of those. Always need more fancy brick. We'll need more fancy copper. things at times. My quality gear hob. Hob and quality gears. Train doesn't actually go anywhere yet. That's fine. You can just exist there, holding space. But yeah, so pile those up. And be out of tunnel, as you do. A bit more space to have unloading boxes. But also unload the premium raws when available directly onto a belt. Or, more likely, there's going to be, in the near future, iterations of this that run on local roboports. Those will do as they do. For now, it's sound to build around just common material for input. I'd already split things here. You can always unsplit them. The upside of storage boxes being so much denser than freight cars. Given how things are here, probably want to side load uncommon there. Also side load rare. That box. And this just becomes the all-purpose wire station. Recipients of wire decide what quality of wire they need. Or maybe do a little bit of both. Although, okay, having a dedicated just for wire train is also getting off brand for the new weirdness. 1.5 copper because it's 3 wire to 1 iron. You know what? That divides 40. Don't have a common iron plate on me. I'm right here on the ground. So this comes a green circuit train. Well, wait, stack sizes though. Also works out not bad. So what I was about to do here was 1,000 to more than 3,000 to 6,000. Linear combinations. Terrifying. I'll just have that arm take a break. Or 5,000 copper. Where is my balance point here? Well, I could just, yeah, that's the easy envelope adjustment to make. To multiply / divide things by their stack size, by the ratio of their stack sizes. Yeah, just use the total raws line. That's the way, so 2.5 points of stuff. So 16 batches. Hold on. Not far enough into the night coffee. So 1 row of these would do 1.5 rows. Of wire. Yeah, that is the 3K that would go with the 1K here. 1.5 to 1. Then leaves 1.5 rows to subdivide in turn. 2 of you to 3 of you. And I need to check that, so that is now 4,800 copper. Yeah, 48 and 16 is our ratio. Good. All right, so wire train. Its job is to count greater than or equal to 4,800 wire. So now I must change how the green circuit station is set up. Go to iron plate. Iron plate without a hyphen. The one that's currently hooked up to the furnace. Yeah, the 2 ones from the old setup. Go to iron plate with the hyphen until item count. Common iron greater than or equal to 60. And add passenger present to just put a foot in the door. Yes, new paradigm is forming. Take this and cause it to just be green circuit input. Green circuit iron no longer has to exist. Probably be transformed into green circuit output. Pop you over here. Yes, and then this track leaves. Create the other side of the loading bay. Yes. Good. Connect this. so commons are being unloaded onto this belt, sent left, placed in front of these arms for bulk loading. I also need to change this around. Yes, this tunnel is no longer for that. Now needs to be a second unloading line. Almost leap the entire intersection. Fortunately, more scraps of belt continue to be made. Placeholder equipment is successfully holding place, fulfilling all design specifications. Now 3 to 1. 4 does not handle 6. 4 does handle 12. I can get close enough by just kind of splitting the difference. Not as if this setup is going to be stressing anything's like maximum potential throughput. So, filter for wire on 4 arms, for iron on 2. until empty or inactive. Yeah, I gotta have that clause on there for now. Until it successfully balances out the inputs, because there's this excess of wire, so it needs to keep cycling the iron. Once more, it moves. This train of just gears, I actually kind of want to eject. Let me steal locomotive. Start offloading the common gears over here. Slight issue. Forcibly unload everything. Then when the car is empty, I'll pop it off of the rails. Result in some high quality items being out of place, but that's fine. That gets adjusted for easily enough. Up you. And now. Now have 2,000 gear. Greater than or equal to 2,000 gear. Then or equal to 2,000 copper. Red Science train takes flight. So that demonstrates my new workflow. Create a production module, find a parking space to drop things. Construct an input train with all the relevant capacities. And then just send it out on pickups. Yeah, shopping lists. Atom processing can live over here near the first atom mine. Once that becomes a thing. Can deposit a bunch of these into the RoboPort. The bots may as well have repair tools available locally for any scuffs. Existing setup is kind of blocked up deliberately by having sent trains out to serve these purposes. And since the gear station is pure iron, also sneak in premium resource handling elegantly there by just reserving one tile each for uncommon and rare. Potentially. Is a little bit changing gears midstream. Crossing streams with adjacent streams of how go about handling this. go. That's actually quite a bit of fancy gravel. Okay, good. Yes, that's an assembler 3 rare. Try to pry up more of the war factory so that I can recycle it. Then free up space for other material. I think the repair supply will hold up for a while. Seems healthy. Then when that one empties out, turn that into the uncommon land. Have it send uncommon copper here, and then I can have a mixed supply wagon. We'll attempt to bring in limited quantities of premium copper. Yeah, I think that's the future here. The whole paradigm of separating all of the lanes out. One could definitely make it work. Not seeing much immediate advantage in creating triple, more like cubing the belt complexity of the environment. Other than for its own sake, as a point of art. flip some of those into uncommon processors. Maybe they'll roll up. In fact, yeah, you could have more dice. You could have 4 uncommon dice. The D6.5. Yes, I'm beginning to feel the future. Just go to the parking lot. So instead of escaping that way, go to some manner of local belt system. Escape that way. Just unpack these onto their escape belts. No, hold on. One of those sets of arms is backwards and need to flip that. Riding this to here. Or I can now must needs filter exit arms by quality. And change the local design accordingly by installing 2 additional gear hobs and then putting them to use. Yeah, I've wound up with these kind of flipped from where they will want to have been. Arrangements can still be made. First of all, by just taking any excess material and slapping it into the appropriate reactor. Now, so uncommon is showing up on this top lane. Fix. No problem there. Rest of these boxes were briefly contaminated with fancy gears. It's fine. All be corrected. Then all the bits can fall into place. Test that. Yep, those are all arriving where they need to be. Ew. Yes. Integrated quality. Future. Splitting them up at the furnace is still useful, because that's a matter of divide them, feed them into the appropriate processing column, and then sort the results. The furnace column is one very tall unit. Clean out all of that. There. Now this is simply iron plate, all of it. If I set up the same stealth and arm arrangement here, filtering is being handled elsewhere. No, that is potentially another copy of this station. Moment, I am just going to unlabel you. Well, okay, I can't. There's no such thing as an empty station. Every station must have a name, so you are now unlabeled. Potentially fit this pretty close to the other iron platform. Tear up this one and move the steel platform a little closer. Rebuilding it under the new multi-platform setup. For premium gears. That's enough gears for the centrifuge now. There. One piece of the centrifuge paid for. The rest of them are waiting in line behind, providing material for the rocket silo. Potential benefits. Getting space science and real logistics. Wild and wondrous. So not enough so to authorize making a non-legendary rocket silo. All sorts of trash getting shuffled in here. Assembler 3 machine, there you are. More of these to process. Though I need to spare more resources for speed ones. For common speed ones. Unfortunately, inventory. Increasingly warming to this idea. Multi-train is the thing. It's really gonna make the quality machine go off. Station was still trying to unload, but I can always burst the flow here. Eventually I will find the right opportunity to draw these off. We'll also introduce more weirdness into the other cargo trains. That's a good thing. Let that ferment some more common speeds. And alright, go over the rewiring progress so far. New iron plate station. Might allow that to take up the iron plate label again. It would just need to connect its output. I want to move the steel platform up and get that set up for multi-quality. Okay, so to get a sense of footprint involved, grab all of this. Yeah, that's the spacing, because I need room to connect the higher quality ones by whatever means. pass all of that common steel over economically. Yep, that should all unload box for box. Steel supplies, come over here. Even works out pretty nicely for eventual height of the columns, maybe, depending on just how tall they get built up when they're done. Technique advancing. I will eventually cut that, but for now, just still having the little trickle of common iron is good to have. That goes to the conveyor machine, which keeps the supply of express belt and tunnel. This is all waiting for this iron ore mine to die before I can really get it more cleanly retooled. I want some real powerful buffering capacity up here. Still a little bit of belt crime. Get 4 more commons. The output. Let burrow. Fly train. Receiving its iron. But for now, that is just going to keep running at all common for input. That's fine. Combiner there. That car successfully emptied. Yeah, there's no longer wire uncommon offload and wire rare offload. All this platform space can now be repurposed into something else entirely. Much time spent designing around decombining the belts, and now simply, what if you glue them back together though? Sorting could happen anywhere. There are many ways to filter. That will all cycle forward eventually. Exciting life awaits that in becoming good plastic. Ah, the short wagon throws off the... But that guy is now also obsoleted by changing up how the iron mines work. Scoop that up and repurpose it. Probably run more rail lines out to the various frontiers for ease of response. Yeah, the Neo Kiln has its built-in separator. Ooh, this, and I don't even need to distribute them evenly. Get the desired results. Just needs to be any way for these to load premium gravel. Premium gravel that could be premium brick right now. offload some of it. Bring that fistful. Direct use. Yeah, you got your gravel that, you know, has simply tended to become smaller, smoother, and rounder by way of aggregate erosion from random sources in nature. And then you have our precision engineered neo gravel. Tumbled in a fine mist of nanoparticles at 2 million RPM. That should provide much of the concrete. Needed to make the silo. And other things. I guess the brick export platform should move over here. This becomes a natural spot for it, or like with the way the furnaces are, maybe brick over there. Brick, this is where there's open footprint right now. That's just good real estate. Finish hefting the steel from one side of the aisle to the other. The assembler enhancers. They're 150 processors. Still 900 steel. What is the overall rate on concrete? 5 brick. 10 stone. We get a little bit of that back. Thanks to the productivity at work there. Alright, so iron, gears, copper, wire, green. Pull up more of these old conveyors while rolling over what next to do. That whole zone will need to decompress a bit. Our copper train at an incomplete copper platform. Received the last of this platform's copper. Well done. Prepare you to receive your programming. It's time to add the fancy copper on the sidelines. When I just remove this station, you should. Confused now. Because now there is nowhere called Copper Plate C. Only. Well, no, there's that over there, right down the road. It's obstructed, but it exists. You should be able to find it. Is there an inverted signal blocking you as well? Strange. Things to diagnose later. Let all this iron that's already been brought over get crunched. Since then, when that work is done, could like convert this into a second red machine. Or otherwise accommodate all sorts of things. This thing that is a train is confused. Train cannot find path. Noted for now. There are a few anomalies in a rail network loadout. You leave there. Down here. Find there. Where can you see from here? Everything except a path. Copper plate common. I just send you a wire drop off. Will that kind of fix itself? Hold on. Copper dash plate dash C. Have I? There's no hyphen in that one's name. That's the issue. Which is also going to be resolved by removing the need for the quality tags on the names. This is simply copper hyphen plate. Still full cargo or inactivity. 1 second of inactivity is enough to judge that the station is done with you. So many peace grenades. A fair amount of augmented ammo left over here. I have tools for this. Junk, all common. Well, also I may as well, to avoid clutter, create a group. Sure. For my ammo management. Oh, trash all regular magazines. Not piercing mags, though. For now, until such time as I deprecate the use of the SMG. up here in my logistics stuff. Create a normal request for like 1 to 200 repair packs for personal use. With the overflow going into storage. The uncommon regular bullet, the irregular bullet. Alright, 400 more fancy concrete. Now, 3/4 of that done. Other normal logistics requests things. Let's just go ahead and only carry 10 locomotives at a time. Five and 5 of wagons. Yeah. No, many atoms will be split in time, but we need the appropriate device. Which atom will we put into the press? Squeezed evenly in all directions to extract the quantum juices. Alright, so steel stop. Just cold steel. Get to be promoted to second iron plate stop. So I will... You're automatically shutting yourself off for not having enough iron buffer to load a car. Good. So then, this fit here. If I move that platform up exactly one. Yes. Wood. Handsome, repeatable. Got good ratios built into this station. Okay, the exit ramp might involve some jank. Okay, yeah, it involves reusing that connection, which does fit together. Alright, it means that the loading dock has to be offset backward a little bit. This becomes bricks. All kinds. Parking lot. And just wait at parking lot. I need to like redirect a bunch of this rock into other purposes. Or this entire common gravel backlog could just be landfill in waiting. Very prestigious. Also, of the remaining materials for the rocket silo, still need a lot more electromotor. I need a lot more regular motor. At rare. Really productivity'd up. Want to make more rare productivities to go into this. Or facilitate the wiggling. Drop off these rare gears. So much blue steel. Lots of just finding available space. Will go where they fit. How computers do. So, ending back toward other things. Trying to find a few more layers of interruption to slide back through. More rare brick into the concrete machine. Also allocate some rare brick toward furnace machine. Furnaces are a part of the system. There's 2 more of those. Like a full quartet before I start running the engine machine. Would try to fix the copper station. Okay, good. I can click and drag when doing these designations. A specimen of a rare copper blade. Actually distribute. Single laboratory grade copper ingot. Oh, I don't know what the meta is like. Many design patterns exist, and try what you feel like. That's if we really try to describe anything as the Factorio meta, that would have to be probably like the speedrun tech, which includes it's a lot of building on top of resources. At least for like the any percent category, you use a map category that makes it so that everything that you need spawns in your starting patch, which also just is a big contiguous blob. You just drill things and collect and immediately process them forward. Yeah, speedrun tech and mega base tech, which lives in its own world of needing to optimize around how to actually make your computer continue to not melt while spinning as many imaginary gears as possible. Another one of the remaining wells of regular assemblers to try and pry up and return. Cycling. Always. Rolled a couple of lucky rare speeds. You see it. Right, so I've interrupted myself a couple of times now. Away from things that are back on the critical path for general reactivation. There, I should flip that so that these all live together. For ease of searching. That all lines up. No, I need an input station for a green science assembler. And then a ditch for that green science assembler to live in. Also then to, yep, just one of two ingredients. with uneven stack sizes, but I can compensate for that as needed. So that'll provide the spacing, even if the details of how the machine will work are different. So there's going to be a rail car full of arms and conveyor belts. Job is to throw those very things into the science mill. Those. Yeah, some of how I'm doing things here is built on attitudes that are applicable to other goals of Factory. Like if you build a tiny single-purpose module and then wrapped it in a bunch of speed beacons, then you're getting the most out of this fully kitted out core machine by just revving it really loud. Almond green. Yeah, holding to the judgment that productivity is the preferred module type. Science making. Okay, that's just a bit too wide. Pass under, so we gotta go here. End up. Still linked. On. Rename you to Cyred. Causes both of them to become... No, it doesn't. Good. That decoupled them. You can use some cubes. So green science, after which I must then double back and create new belt machine and new general arm machine, which as sources of construction projects, those can kind of resemble the way I had things set up before. Right, I already dismantled temporary jank green. The prod mod needs more red. I will take those back out of the processor machine. Make that happen. And yeah, the underlying thing informing all of this is the intent to return to Ultra Cube after clearing a full run of Space Age. I'm kind of creating attitudes that will benefit the cube someday when they return. Alright, there's all the fancy tube we have. The archive for now. Okay, and now I need the filter set up on this, a preliminary form of it. I can pass along the quality up rolls. Cause all of that to consolidate at the rail yard. Bricks now go to a rail yard to be sorted. To exist while having previously been sorted at their respective kilns. Okay, go ahead. Exactly one rare copper. That aside there. New rare material still happens. So, furniture store. Where to create robot IKEA. Alright, look over the broad sweeps again. Iron, iron, iron. Oop. Only the need for green and red chip that go into the splitters. That's stringing up the process of making conveyor belt. They're otherwise almost pure iron in vanilla. This back road is for building up with more of the oil byproducts. Could put an inner lane down here. I could start the center line ring of rails. All the adjustments that mandates. Water pump gets to move to somewhere else as we take just a little tiny bite out of the pond. Small one. Yeah, all of those pipes are moving as well. Chart out the rest of the space first. Dismiss the garage. Bring me all of of the fighting stuff that may have been thrown in here during previous rounds. Mostly brick walls. Fished out. The minimal disruption here is to bring the acid pipeline. Sure. And then further disentangle that water pipe. I say creating new bends. A tunnel under anyway, since that's the fuel line. Now here in this space, set up premium conveyor machine, rare tank maker. Those motors can also get thrown into the grinder, be reforged. Bring in iron and gear, and I want to be able to send back out excess belt 1. Lubricant pipeline might need to move. So now also the delivery of gears. Going to be from the opposite side and as direct prefabricated gears. Sizzling. Connections preserved there. Oh. Well, creating an unloading station, but same proportions. That's an exit to nowhere. Delightful. No plate, gear, gear, gear. Green, red. Full spread of solid material at use here. Start to wire it up. in turn creating the pressure to reestablish the red circuit machine. All as it ought to be. So, ratios here, vaguely. Not that this is going to care too much about keeping uptime. Or indeed, I'm going to need to create some sort of, like, combinator setup to send it the signal to say go when, like, any of these are depleted. Yeah, I kind of need to make it the inverse. Or I don't need to use combinators for that. There's the necessary power is here in the train logic. Also, pry up that station, throw it down fresh as solid name on its own. Here at the belt input, where belt is made. $257 total iron for each express tunnel. Mostly in the form of gears. $40 into 6. 6 2/3 tiles. Specimen of an ordinary red circuit. Calibration. One of these. Five, 10, and 10. So yeah, more green than red. Checks out. At least, if just considering like a spread of building, one of each won't be the case because of the sheer imbalance involved, but like 16 iron plate used directly in its own form. The rest is all gears. This is where all of my gears will go. I guess that it'll over-represent the iron plate, but that's fine. The first, parking for fuel. Then iron plate. Hill. $700. And gears until a lot. 3,000 gears. Circ. $400 of those. $100 of those. And here at belt input, it'll empty. I'll leave it at that for now. And build the fancier logic later, after it's already done a couple of cycles. Everything in the logistics jank mall is going to be picked up and replaced eventually, once it has fulfilled its purpose. Once we have the parts to create Son of Logistics Jank Mall. Okay, bring me all of the common belt that fell in here. We'll give you all of the uncommon gears and the rare gears. Just to find more rare steel. %17% of rocket silo on that front. So effectively more, because that steel also is demanded by the engine unit. And since this doesn't need throughput and doesn't benefit much from modules, this is the one situation where there's no problem with leaving the assembler 2s on the ground. If I wanted to rattle the bones for higher quality basic belt, that would be the exception. Just go ahead and place the one piece of logic that would be needed to enforce that. This train doing well. This train is probably being hung up on stations being full. Like, there's a block at the gear mill right now. Always good to see the uncommon iron stack up. It's powerful stuff. Or, no, I did clear the gear machine. Now you can receive thousands of gears. They're even in stock, because that's how densely gears will pack. Nice. It'll take a bit at only the speed of speed arm. And the speed of one gear milling machine. But that'll happen. That may return at some point with a set of material. Give me the belts. Give me the belts and give me the arms. I think these are the only elevated quality conveyor belts in the system. I can check. Yeah, nothing at uncommon, nothing at rare. Bring me any rare basic inserters, any uncommon basic inserters. Right, fancy belts make fancy labs. There, that's a purpose for you. Two more blue lab is good to see. I can slap those down here. They won't be doing much of anything yet. They fill out the shape. If I have enough uncommon arms, I could process these into uncommon green beakers. That'll be a fine use of equipment. Gotta prioritize bringing those over here. I resume making more normal motor. Those will have a chance to roll up to premium motors and save on fancy steel. Those just make the good motor out of the adequate steel. Hopper is blocked up for this train being one that has no other purpose. Go to parking. Wait my presence. Did fulfill his job of pulling slack off of the conveyors for a little bit. That's green science pickup train. Over here. Go ahead and found the existence of arm train. Arm and conveyor train. Requires 1 belt stack per 2 arm stacks. One wildcard space that can be anything it feels like. Flex tile. Common productivities. But enough to get started. Surprisingly close to even between them. Just a few extra arms, and those can take their chance at being upcycled into faster arms. The uncommon conveyor was the more important thing to get broken down. Okay, you have not successfully burned all your iron. Does that only make sense? Run the mill. Inventory has been crunched. You, of course, await the opportunity to have an arm pickup station to go to. Got the spot on the ground scoped out for where the common conveyor belt pickup should be. Bypasses need to get built. Fact of the world. So an arms machine. Takes iron and gear and chip. And chip. It actually takes all of the same things the belt machine does. Might want to just split each of these. Run them together. Hold on, let me read ahead in the encyclopedia here. What does true stack arm use in its recipe? Processing units and gel. And carbon. Alright, so that is not on this planet. Also, yeah, if I had elevated rail, this would be home of a good use case. You have your through lines elevated, and then your stops drop down to ground level, only for as long as they need to exchange, and then pop back up. Some sort of heightened way. Imagine. Might contrive a way to split up those and reroute those. And then the surplus belts and arms offload could be all in the same spot. Vast potential. Cars over here. Be enough runway here to put a second one of these in? Yes. Quite comfortably. Although for mass production purposes, arms are something that I do want to make at higher quality levels. So as a science ingredient, basic arm could just be positioned to leech off of this. A common basic arm machine. Get at here and green. Hold on, tear this up. New plans. Red escape down here. It just needs to make it to the splitter machine and otherwise does not interact. That frees up a lot of space. Iron plate, drop down, far, pull back up, you the dice. You can dream. Similarly, live big. Basic belt machine. It'll also make it, like, able to attempt to outpace the rest of the array when fulfilling its purpose of making research material. And give you an exit line there. I can sort things at the pickup station once that gets put together. You have plate. Have easy access to here. Gear lines can just kinda drive straight out like that. Or even still do this merge that I had. Drop down first. Then a long arm. Grab green from here. Then scoots under the belt. Carries on to the rest of its job. Offload. A long tunnel. Sorting can happen down toward the station. Yes. Does what it do. That's belt arms. The station for belts and arms. 6 boxes is enough to have each item at each quality. Well, no, that request, yeah, that's evergreen. That's for an eventual future where the bot network is even reading the outputs of this machine, acting accordingly. Drop off more things for recycling. How did I even get into that space? Right, I need to wire this to that and then give it the settings. Move this quality filter, but keep, yeah, the control signal. Greater than or equal to 100. Should be happy. Greater than or equal to 100. And you say you see 500. Range. Oh, no filter. Right, filter setting and circuit setting are separate boxes to hit. Kind of allocating these. It's only marginal savings on the fancy belts to have them, but it is anything. Sure, I'll just throw all of these into the research heap. That train car doesn't have any spaces allocated for uncommon arm yet. I would define the exit condition for Belt Arm Station until we're actually there. Whoop. Belt Arm? Or, right, I don't have anything telling it to stay, so it just leaves. Full cargo. That'll hold it there for a moment. While I also get the existence of the uncommon arm will pin that down. I need to free up a couple more slots. Yeah. Actually, exactly these residual ones at the end to then take quality belt and quality belt. I can declare arbitrarily. Good. Uncommon belt. We don't need a demo specimen. Until full or inactive 5 seconds. Then green input until empty. And you are stuck waiting for red because this train is blocking red. It secured the backup supply of common red circuit. Parking until passenger present. Do not return to red circuits. Up. There. There. Conveyor machine, now powered by the network. Need to make a new red supplier. Connection is made. Hold on. Now that's a problem. There's a leak somewhere. War declared. How did they get back in here? Yep, I have a door here. Two hives have managed to spawn inside the perimeter. Where did they come from? There is a gap somewhere. Well, if I follow the trail, they'll probably lead me to the source. Terrible. Alright, these are old common power lines. Go back to here. Somewhere up here they managed to sneak around. Is there any part of that body of water that's walkable? Or there's a hole in the ridge that I didn't patch. Yeah, that would do it. Okay, fuel supply holding up fine. Must be sure not to miss any. And still 100 ammo left. With the jet fuel, I should be able to ram more things. Get away with it. More speed and more acceleration. Managed to get all over the place. Approaching my atoms! Wouldn't figure out how to access the spicy rocks on their own. Yeah, I see it now on the mini-map and on the regular map. There's the leak. In a peril of relying on natural barriers. There's a couple of holes in this vicinity. Pretty sure I neutralized all of the spawners in that one. Actually, yeah, I have radar coverage, so I can confirm. Just worms. So, fortify here. And this is in the radar coverage of the other two outposts, so... Perimeter, all clear. Now we clean up. Then back to things that matter. all looks solid now. This wall might not quite be touching at a few points, but that's also in range of a fortress. Which, upside of the mechanics, that the propagation did mean that there was that trail to follow back to the flaw. Also, the rocket fuel greatly improving the war tank's response time to any incident. And if I had more of them, I could remote operate vehicles over the radar and use those as my part of my security. Park you in the ready direction. Did this arm machine get to rev? Yes, 300 basic arms constructed on site. Good. So, green science production. Slightly reinvigorated. There will be problems. Any fancy material. When any of that fancy material unloads, because these arms are not filtering for quality. Well, no, wait, yeah, they are. Are they? Yeah, they're filtering for quality. So the premium arms are just going to sit there for now until I create some unloading space for them. Or, frankly, well, the fancy ones are only ever going to be a small fraction of the total output of the setup. let each of those directly feed into the relevant assembler. And I don't even need to filter the results, because the science all goes down smooth. Like the science wagon itself should have designated spaces. Or, no, really, it doesn't need them. Because the science all is willing to liquefy together. Does not need priority unloading. This will throw off the shopping list slightly. I'll have to adjust the numbers on it. Now this is capable of moving premium ingredients as well, just a little bit. So if any, I don't think I will mulch rare gears into science anytime soon. Oh, new basic red circuit maker. And live right down the road. Green circuit maker. Just right here in the old house thereof. Now that I've made more threes, Okay, I could put them in a lane and then separate them using a splitter. It's this belt that goes to uncommon circuits out, so flip your arm there. It can't quite fit that way. Or that way. Have to go beyond the limit of the station. Haven't adjusted this train to be able to take better copper wire. You're holding all of that. What has you waiting? There's no openings at the... Oh, there's a signaling conflict because I don't have those blocks all isolated. Missing a light there. I should take up rails that aren't in use anymore. So I have now implemented functionality for higher quality green circuit at the common drop-off. But the supplies for it are not yet going to be delivered. That is fine. Also, I already had the science drop-off close to its ideal form. All the materials are there. I just need to now combine them into a multi-wagon. And alright, take all this belt out, because now this will become the depot where the big gears are delivered after they're made in their respective homes. Just be trains show up, drop the science, and then leave. I might even rebuild the laboratory over here in this block when it's time for that. Alright, next thing's next. Starting from here and likely to end up spreading out over there. Old circuit material. Definitely needs to go somewhere. Now, it does not live here. There's no longer such a thing as green circuit iron. In fact, okay, so from here in green circuit iron, you no longer want to empty, you want to fill up. And then the gear machine. Yes, that is your route now. That will cause you to offload all of this common iron. Something. I can tap all of these and pour them into the red circuit machine. That I will set up as though this were its all-in-one drop-off station. Redirect ingredients. I'll at least lay this out as if it were going to scale up. So, going out into the field. Receive equal parts plastic and circuits, and then more so copper. So, pure copper on near belt. Mixed input on far belt. Outputs can be filtered by splitter instead of arm. I kind of like the results that have been falling out of using an arm trio. Again, I do have a second rare assembler 3. This is a fine job to have them do. This is important to the health of the factory. Yeah, there's the start of something. This is all dice. Holding a few small productivity modules. Can retrieve more from continuing to tear down bank science. Experiment that ultimately proved only tangentially useful. I'm not going to need gray science again for a while. This is kind of free to recycle. And blue is next on the block to be rebuilt anyway. All of these taken in. Those temporary measure of temporary measures, I can go and give you everything that I salvaged from the science yard. Off you'll go. Finish connecting you. Wrong bricks away. Right, full cargo is no longer how you work. Item count, common, iron. Greater than or equal to 3,800. Rest don't matter. Take as much fancy stuff as is available and leave the rest. So then, alongside all of this, throw down you, you, uncommon red, and rare red. All rare prod. Uncommon dices. Fine enough. You need your input belts. I will orchestrate elsewhere. Or, wait, no, you don't want to be at gear, you want to be at gear input, right? Gear Iron Sea, the legacy name. There you are. Use this platform. Create my red circuit supply train. Plastic being the odd one out for its stack size. So, 1 stack of wire for 2 stacks of circuits, and also 2 stacks of plastic. These go in sets of 5. So much wire. It's easier to do this when you have the samples on hand. Or no, I can shift click. Good. Do that. So that much up with common. Yes. Actually looks quite nice. Takes a lot of clicking to define it. Once it is made. Quite the setup. You can have the premium cubes. Arms unloading wire, 1 arm unloading green, 1 arm unloading plastic. And then 1 of each for the premium material. In fact, let's... Or... No, that was fine as it was. on the spot unpack some of this to act as the primary supply screen for this machine. Put these on the wrong side of the belt. That one is the split belt. That one is the wire belt. Okay, so when you are loaded, what is your common plastic capacity? 12. Yep, same for chips as it should be. Go to wire machine. Have 2400 wire. This one-for-one sharing a name with Green Circ C is the new device. So that's fine because I can like make the substitution later. merge them, then they can just arrive as one belt together. But I also want the need storage boxes to exist here for buffering. The fresh one that I had not relabeled yet. Go and find my train, which should be sitting at in line for the wire station. You. Wait, why are you jammed? Wrong quality of copper has gotten onto the lines because these arms are not explicitly filtered to only take common. Adventure. Many other stations probably share this problem. Yeah, the strong case here for why making every armor filter is a good thing. And yes, you already have your fancy allocation in your cargo bay. Spin. Yep, that's soldiering along, allowing a tiny bit of science to occur again. Nuclear power is just red, green, blue. Belt machine is very healthy. bright thoughts while I was here. Nice brick. Get the nice steel. Sprint to the rock quarry. Go and liberate some of that. Oh, power was cut to these arms. That'll hurt production at the kiln. Arms are not explicitly for common only. Many stations will experience this problem. That I copied off of the template of... Okay, these ones were because I had set them up for common iron. For that one, since I only tagged quality and not material. Yeah, that's what threw those off. Copper station is fine. Coal station is fine. No, you've already finished your first bite. Securing 20 rare atoms. Beautiful. How to move that drill. And then sprint to the rock quarry to get the premium gravel. Oh, okay. Now that part still wanted to be here. Sort of. Yes. Yes, it did. A tunnel to nowhere. That would also hurt productivity. Tunnel that's one tile off the correct position. And pointed the wrong way. on its own. No quality levels there. If I were okay with making green quality of some of the other stuff there, then to run uncommon. Someday the recycler give everyone all the do-overs they need. Every opportunity to become large. This acid pipeline got cut? Or has it failed to receive supplies? Seems to still have continuity to the new acid machine. Don't need this tail on it anymore. Oh, there's no metal delivery to the acid machine yet. That is the issue. And all the acid I had produced was taken out to the atom mine. Perform its very important work. Stopping there. 100. Arm belt machine just kind of hanging out. There's always the massive overabundance of sulfur. Ready to go on all fronts you need. You need metal. That gets removed from any existing train schedules. And create sulfuric iron station. All common, because there's no benefit to putting higher quality metals into the slurry. Soup is an equalizer. So install the usual. Fuel up at parking lot. Up. Iron plate from iron plate. Go to sulfuric iron. Initial fuel, you can have just a small taste of the carbon. Just enough to get you started. And I will have need to pick up more belt tunnel. Which point? Yes. I'll have to make this dip in there. But then another long arm there will provide. No, wait, those are too far. They're trying to grab from the rail itself. Side loading. Technology of the future. Every part of the surface for reactions. Got a confirmation that I should offload these into the direction of science. Cycling is not deal here. Another connection restored. There should be a fluid tank in here somewhere. Allow for a healthy buffer of material. And under the new paradigm, while I'm setting aside common sulfur to go into the acid, the other half of this is actually free to just fold right back in, and I don't need to sort out the rare sulfur, the uncommon sulfur, because this is all then getting sent back across to the loading platform where it will be stowed. Slightly cramped quarters to do it in. take that as a sign that I should move the sulfur platform over here. Yes. You are sulfur station now. And have space for more loading. Those will be the 2 premium drop-offs. Pop up back here so that I can trade places. And so all of those will filter on down the line. And this can be... Well, I won't tear down the loading dock because something else could be set up here. That's a fine placeholder. And sulfur and red existing is 2/3 of creating belt-enabled blue science. Just need to install a new motorwork. Much of the power of the atom is now understood. As ought it be. We're not able to fill your inventory because I gave you capacity to understand quality. No, that's fine, you can just idle here. Redeploy that copper somewhere else at some point. plastic loading station. Like it to be able to... Once I have logistics, this will get so much easier. Because I could just fit a bunch of requesters into that margin. Okay, lubricant pressure is finally dropping a little bit. Putting the slightest dent into the old supply. That to rise. Actively draw these down so that I can... Well, to review. Requesters are behind space science. I must launch one or more I forget what even the payout is in space science for a single rocket launch. I must touch orbit in order to receive access to a request box. Yes, once that is successfully bled down, the last of the old oil refinery will be done. Okay, you're a real and normal copper tram. That had its settings wrong for refueling. Same with you. I can fix that now. Off you go, copper tram. 1,000 beakers per rocket launch. Good. So I'll be able to... Though that might be old numbers. There might be new numbers. The science may yet be unsettled. Or, yeah, fair point. Does space science still come from its original source, or is it more elaborate now? Did not bother to check. Obtained by processing asteroids. Need to find ice and carbon, and need to build it in microgravity. Must go to space, but not necessarily reach another planet to do space science. Need to touch asteroids. Take the rare plastic out of here for the moment. Power slide it over. Temporary. Rare red machine. Which, right, so because I've had these ones living in the garage, in the storage locker, I do have a bunch of high quality modules pre-made. Distribute to other things at the chosen time. When the moment arrives to break up this, good times will follow. Okay, so motorworks, I need to add a tube mill. tubes would make sense to live here. Let's try to get vaguely symmetrical. Point that this line branches off of back here. That looks more like it. Yeah. So if I just have an iron drop off for the tubes, still need another spot to distribute the results. Now, this is something that should live in one of the leaves, not here in this side lot. Could even just live with the gears. It could share input with the gears. Just another pure iron secondary product. What needs is another exit station. Of course, the iron deposit is in the way of that a bit. And it will be for a while until I make thousands of tubes. At least set up the assemblers. Maybe even route the material to them. Oh. Common tube. Nice. Got my broken a line there. Already doing antics. This needs to escape more directly than more indirectly. have a sizable backlog of tube sitting in storage boxes. Be rolled out to places, and I can steal here. I'll continue to tear down these supply chains as I create their successors. A logistic network. Do I have any common tube on the block? No. .500 tube to be kept in storage for plumbing supply purposes. Uncommon tube with dice. Air tube does not use productivity, so couple efficiencies for the road. There's enough room on the ground here. I will create a temporary station. This is the best way to end up creating a permanent station. Platform whose name will be Tubes. That's Tubes. Well known in these parts for their tubes. Uncommon drops onto this. Your rare out onto this belt. Then picks up the rares from here. So it proceeds. Well, no, with how I have things set up at the other end, I want it to be common on the inside lane. Tubes on network. Underusing quality material, but I'm not really sourcing that much quality material at the moment. I really just need to grind down the bulk common supply. And these might get their own drop-off station separately once the iron mine is out of the way. Dream that can be achieved if you make enough tubes. Paving should commence. Base has earned a smoothing. I guess any stations that want gravel, I'm just going to tell them to get it direct from the quarry. Like, I could have a middleman warehouse that's sitting between the rock quarries and the end consumers. Just a rocks in, rocks out situation. An option. You have nowhere to offload your regular batteries, but otherwise would continue making batteries. Well, I've cut you off from the copper half of your input. Good battery machine is a future project. More waiting areas for arriving ore is also something I could start building outside the immediate walls of the cube when that's necessary. Staging areas can be extruded out into the wilderness. Yeah, there we go. Now, hundreds of fancy brick. Might still be some trapped deposits of good iron ore. Old mine loading stations. This one's up to date. It's got a lot of uncommon to push through. Yeah, this one's on the new paradigm. Sort of. It's just kind of piling everything together without any allocation. Just need to route that spare iron ore line down to the vicinity of the brick kiln. Then that plus a little extension of the water pipe. Yeah, there's the line to make. Cuts back over to here. Over to here. Pass by the landfill machine for good luck. Here, make your descent. Rocket trains. Resume. What are you? You are all common because you are sulfuric iron. You are all common because you are infrastructure. You are basic infrastructure. 1 ingredient. 2 ingredients complete. Settled quite early. Steel. More chip. Still more electromotor. Again. Speed. Hey, are you... Well, not you. Got tripped up again by... Fancy rocks. This is how those residual fancy rocks were sneaking in. Lack of filtration on the arms. Like, however long takes for the belt to cycle through to be rid of. Yeah, there's some more of them. Seem kind of fresh, though. Is this? This. Have one job, arms. Help if I made a second furnace. Atomic parts. Majestic. Another job for even more rare steel. put this thing back in to catch excess. Wait, your water isn't actually connected? Didn't add the corner. Are the other parts of this also affected by quality? Heat tube, not really. So heat tubes can be normal. Heat exchangers, though, like the boilers, those benefit greatly, and the turbines naturally, as Steam Engine the Elder. Powerful. At only 500 blue concrete per reactor. Actually, hold on. What is the direct benefit here? Okay. Output goes up. In exchange for going through the fuel cells faster. Just higher throughput on the reactor. That is a lot of red chips. Right after a lot of blue chips. Chips are an important part of factories. How much more of this broke into that line? More still making its way in, or is this the ongoing consequences of the one leak? Terrible. This is an indicator that I should also set up purple. Well, I haven't set up blue yet. For which I need motor work, right. Back on track for main progression of slowly unbreaking all the things I arbitrarily tore down in pursuit of the mysteries. Made a tube mill. Preliminary tube export. Now, the fact that tube and gear are made here, that does present a natural argument for putting motor work here as well. Just need to bring in steel. Or I can put motors over here. They can consume all of this steel that's just laying around. Trains go there right now. One train thinks about going here. Currently picking up wire. Because that is Green's material supply. Once more to build the train. Ratios 112. All parts that stack 100. Last of the fuel I happen to have in my pockets. Our payload here is 800 common steel. Greater than equals. Got to remember. Greater than equals. $1,600 tube. Turn here to engine input. Still empty. Yeah, just until empty. Let's also then need to install all the filtered outputs. Oh wait, this is the, that one is the intended steel output. Just cut those two arms out for the moment. There. The long arms flail about. Big waiting line at gears. Gears could use a setup with stronger throughput now that so many things are beginning to lean on the gear mill. But I have freed up a bunch of assemblers. Plenty of room in this margin to make a decent gear machine. It just needs to be a column. Here. Iron goes in. Common gears go out the front. Alright, superficial damage to a wall. Extraordinary gears. Wait, I can side unload them. Yeah, there's a plan. The full power of the express tunnel. Now it also doesn't help that this merger is happening the wrong way. course. Administer a full set of basic dice. Break up all of this. I just pry up the whole apparatus. Could also use more unloading capacity, which at common speed can just kind of happen out the back. Oh, your programming was never altered to account for the change in inventory here. Yeah, I gotta drop 100 off each of these. That was the problem. I mean, it will also be good to add more throughput. No question there. There we go. Implement this in a way that will create a local maximum of problems for whatever successor. For whenever it's time to like add the next platform. Let's see, would that even fit inside of... Oh, actually it would. Maybe it's fine. Maybe I'm just naturally, preemptively hitting the design. Alright, so now, tube mill. So also the fact that there's nothing processing rare or uncommon directly. There are ways to deal with that. Tube mill really should have its own drop-off for material. Time this can be arranged. Oh, there's another shipment of gears. And you are now having to do a full lap in order to go over to the tube station. Naturally. That's as it should be. And the tubes, the first order of tubes is all there. In that respect, the tube mill did fine. Cut and paste this to over here. Alright, going to be some amount of additional plumbing. Actually extend that back out there. Any more orphaned conveyor? That's new red circuits. Have you successfully output anything? No, because I never finished hooking you up. Some production delays there. I think the previous generation of equipment has mostly been cleaned out. Big one. How damage get all the way back there? Large spitters. Mass-produced laser might answer some of the defense questions. Cannon we cannot get to until space. Space research on its own is enough to weaponize the atom. Though only from personal rocket launcher until meat science is needed for the rocket turret. Weird. I guess when the bugs aren't fully loaded in due to being very far away, sometimes they just get away with doing strange things. The radar installations are not very good at telling stories. They beep, they boop. Can't get them to contextualize the radio waves into a narrative, though. Last bit of steel residue off of that line. There's one motor maker. Kind of operational. Okay, engine station. The moment I connect these outputs, pending the creation of better motor station. Though by splicing this in where I have, now I can't really get at premium ingredients readily. Belts have been placed in the way. I would have to flip them around to the other side. Or slide this entire thing down another step. There, now there's any space at all into which to extract the rest of the fancy ingredients. Not much, but any. Jobs for later. Oh, the wire winder might appreciate having more wire winding equipment. Now that it's the future and there's demand for wire. Okay, and for the higher quality machines, I can just leave those where they are. Do what they do. I only needed to scale up common processing. Everyone sets their schedules to the outputs of the common grade material, and then any fancy stuff that arrives is just bonus. Oh, some tags on the map here. Indicate which things are back in existence and their current homes. Alright, final closing task for the session. Finish connecting that red circuit machine. Other chips, you have your wire drop off. Give you plastic. Also, I need to give you that I've changed angles about how to unload this, so... that supplementary side load of green circuit. I think this will still provide the right handedness. Shows up. Common material reconnected. Exotic material will need work. A lot of this should probably be thrown into the blue chip machine. Once I finally create one of those that is set up somewhere to operate. Green, red. Coal arrives here. Steel and brick are already noted. Celebrate the existence of the atom at atom processing over there. That's close enough that the final bit of connection needs to be different. Minimal damage. I can get one of these set up. Off by one opportunities. Now the machine is connected. The red circus is open. of leftover sulfur. Drop these right back into the general supply. Yes, so start of next session. After perhaps a moment to celebrate the success. Bypass roads. I can snap together the basic blue science assembler. Then purple. Then who knows? It is theorized there could be further colors. Of course, as I presume, drawing material through the plant in a more flexible way. More premium parts will roll up. Claw my way closer and closer. Big targets. Very expensive projects. Pending production. Pending quality assurance.